Good morning. Hey, there we go. You know what? That went for 5 minutes. Hold on. I need to hear the music. It's because I don't have things plugged into the right place. I spent the last 5 minutes actually adjusting my lights. I moved the desk and everything. Mhm. Nope, still nothing.
Oh, there we go. It almost worked. All right. I am not able to hear the music. There we go. That's fixed. All right. Let's get some of this reset and get going. It dawned on me yesterday that Cassowary can do all this stuff that we're trying to do. I think we're good. So it became obvious to me yesterday after the stream that Cassowary should be able to do all of the stuff that we were trying to do yesterday. So we're going to redo yesterday. We're going to redo yesterday. Just kind of Groundhog Day it. And this time, try to do it a little bit better. So, here we go. And let's turn off big head mode. There we go. So far, so good. And just so you know, we're actually running with a 5-second buffer. It's a little bit smaller today. So, then we got an email from Starlink saying that they're making improvements and everything, and I've noticed it. I've noticed it recently. Things have gotten a lot better. Um, like in the past 12 hours today, we're at 3 minutes of downtime. So it's getting better and better. Then I had a phone call yesterday, and usually because I do VoIP stuff, because of where I am, um, it turned out to be pretty good actually. So fewer drops. And I'm hoping the people at work will notice that too. That I have fewer drops. I am using Starlink. Wi-Fi. I am also using Wi-Fi, but I'm using Starlink, the satellite internet thing. Yeah. Morning, Denny. So just to see where we left off, let's go back into here. We're going to look at Godot, see what's going on here. We've got zero border. Okay, let's fix this up. Oops. Okay, there's our box. That's amazing. How does it work? Oh, it's fantastic. So, like, how well does it work? It's a better than nothing beta, and it's gotten a lot better in the time that I've been on it. But I don't live in a city, so I'm out in the middle of nowhere. And even though there is a fiber optic line within digging distance, it's cost prohibitive. So Yeah, you need an antenna. The antenna costs you like 500 bucks a month, not 500 bucks a month, but 500 bucks, and then the service is $100 a month. And Starlink has a number of satellites in space. Here they are. So I'm in the Pacific Northwest, oh, in this area. And basically what happens is my little dish, talks to these satellites. These satellites aren't in geostationary position. You can see that they're actually moving. Look at this guy here. See how fast it's moving across Oregon? It's just zooming. They're moving at like 7 kilometers per second. They're moving at a pretty good clip. Now, because of this, the satellite dish that I have, and the one that, well, of course, the one that they make, has to be able to track these, has to know where they are. It has a phased array antenna, all sorts of really cool goodies in it. Um, it can orient itself and do all sorts of cool things. Now, the more satellites that they put up, the better the constellation gets, the more that they improve their software and um, how they're routing things, the better the service gets. So yeah. Now let's see. If you go to Starlink.com, you can try to order it. That's a picture of their dish in the background. It's hard to see, but there it is. I think they call it Dishy McFlatface internally, at least. And we are seeing some pretty good speeds. So a quick speed test. So let's see. Can we turn this on? Thank you. So we'll use the fast.com thing. It's powered by Netflix. It is blazingly white if you don't have that thing on. So Starlink for me costs about half as much as what I was paying before, just just over half. And it's, goodness, 20 times faster. And look at that. Boom. 25, 30 times faster. Like I could never get this before. So, I mean, the fastest I got before was 4 megabit per second, up and down. So, and this is in addition to the stream that we're actually doing right now. So, whatever we get here in the speed plus a meg and a half or two megs. So we're doing about 15 megabit up. That's really good. But it works out really well. Um, so if the power goes out here, I can still stream, still have internet, battery backups, etc. It all still works, and it doesn't suck a ton of power, which is nice. I mean, it's hungry, but it's not it's not too hungry. Now, where we were, we're using Cassowary, which is a constraint solver, to lay out things in 3D space. We're creating a 2D UI, a 2D UI in 3D space. Okay, so this is our UI. We're going to be building it up today. We've got a number of controls that we're going to get working. A VBox, text, and border box are the main ones that we have right now, and screen. And border box is the one that has this pretty little border. It'll be wrapping a number of things. So here, if we increase the left border, you can see that it increases. If we increase a radius, you can see that it gets kind of this little pretty curve on it. So you can see how that works. Now, let's put that back so we can do some tests on it. So top view. Okay, first off, this looks all right. Now we've got this corner up here, corner up here. They look like they're at the right spaces. And when we resize this, it does resize. Good. let's turn on the inner box. Let's just turn that on. Ah, you can see that it's offset a little bit on the outside, the top right. There are no satellites in Russian airspace. Really? Oh, yeah. This, that's because, um, well, maybe a little bit towards the bottom. But yeah, some places aren't covered by this. And I think OneWeb is going to actually have a little bit more coverage for that sort of thing. You can see that these are actually at a higher altitude, but they're also building a constellation. These are at what, 1200? So let's see if we can click on one. Let us click. Click. Come on, click. Click. Okay, well, you can see it's at 1227 kilometers altitude. And these here, these would be able to provide Russia with internet. I think for Starlink, it was simply a matter of cost. Because each one of these satellites costs $300,000, I think is what they retail. Um, and they launch 60 at a time. They've got 1,400, close to that, in orbit. You can see that this long string of them, that's what they call a launch train. They kind of get up there, get into position, and if we zoom in, we'll see that they're probably not at altitude yet. They're still rising. Yeah, these are at 354 kilometers. So, all right, sorry, I approved the message. I didn't see it earlier, but yeah. Yeah, it also doesn't get Antarctica. I think they were doing a train that goes over the poles. I think that one was going to be more limited though, because they do have this base station here in Alaska. I wonder where their north-south train is. I don't know at the moment, but this is such a cool site. If you go to like the other projection, you can see the sine wave here towards the top of these. Gives you a good idea of how much they cover. But yeah, no Russia there. Northern European countries, Greenland, Iceland. Oh, no, no, no. We like chatting too. By all means. I mean, this stuff's going to be here when we get back. So you might not notice it, but when we turn on that inner box, you can see that it's just outside. If we turn that on and off, you see that the inner box is not quite right. And I'm not certain if that is an issue with the parent container or the child container. So we'll get back to that in a minute, but you can see that its origin point is at the right spot. If we zoom in here, and if we give these things a little bit of margin, let's give the inner one, now let's add padding to the outer one. Let's see if padding works. So left, 0.1, okay, that's good. Oh, that was top, okay. Yeah, that looks about right. If we scroll over to the other side, okay. The outer box is still at the same position. Let's see if we can fix that. The child left constraint. So what is this? What are we looking at? Here we're inside of border box, right? Which is this box that just has a border. And it has many properties. It has margin, has border width, border radius, has padding, right? So margins on the outside of the border, paddings on the inside of the border. Now, the left constraint, I believe, is working. And think of this as an equation, right? The child's left plus our border left plus our padding left, or I said that wrong, that minus these is equal to 0.0. And Cassowary is our constraint solver. Well, it's the one we're using. We didn't make it. Um, Now, if we look at the child right constraint, this one you can tell it's just off. It's just outside the box. It should be inside the box. And in this case, we have, let's see, this right here is our right. Maybe we should rename this. Our left, child left, our left, our right. So we can see that our right minus margin left, margin right, minus margin left. Why are we doing that? Because that's outside our box, isn't it? Okay. Why are we adding these to this? I thought, shouldn't this subtract it? Shouldn't that come back in? I guess we see that there is an issue here. So the child's right is going to be our right. I don't know why we have margin left being subtracted there. I thought that our right, does our right include our margin? Good question. I don't remember. And that's changed recently. And we've changed it a lot recently. If we look at how we draw the box, let's see. Here it is. We say that our origin is always a 0, 0. And our size is x. Let's see, our width and height. So we're going to have our right minus margin left, margin top, and left. Self-dot-left. Okay. Bottom minus top minus the two margins. I see. So right minus left. Actually, let's make this a little clearer. Let's put this up there. So the width minus the margins and the height minus the margins. So our right side does not take into account the margins. Then we have our border radius and stuff right there. But this is what defines our the actual border, right? That thing. It's going to be our right side minus our margin, which means that the child is going to be our right side minus the margin minus the padding. Let's go back to where we were. here. It's going to be our right side minus the margins. All right, minus margin left. You know what? We could just do this. These things here should be F32s, and I'm trying to actually solve that before we give it to Cassowary, but let's remove that. I find it a little confusing. So the child left, because we're saying this is equal to 0, so we could say the child left is equal to that. Right, because it's an equation, right? We have child left, right, minus all of these things is equal to 0. And if we wanted to move the child left over to the right side, we subtract them from both sides. No, or we subtract all this stuff from that side. And then we have minus child left, right, on this side, because we would subtract child left from both sides. Come on, Vim, you're hating on me. All right. And then we probably want to flip the signs just to make it a little bit more readable, because in this case, then we would end up with, well, this minus child left. Now we multiply each side by -1 and distribute the sign. Then we'd have our left plus border left plus padding left is equal to child left. Right? All right. Oh, and I left child left in there. All right. Now for the child right, we have our right. Right? Minus the margin left. Why are we subtracting that? Because this is going to be on the far right side. So if it's out on the right side, we subtract the margin left, the margin right, the border right, the padding right, and that's equal to the child right. That, I think, works. Well, let's, I think it works. Not enough to guarantee that it works, so we're going to save this, close that, and try it out. All right, that built. Give it a go. That, and I think I want to try a different radio station today. Funk is good. Let's go with, let's try some chill bass. Lee Waltz. All right, back to Godot. Oh, interesting. So on the right side, we almost got it. So top, oh, the padding on the right for the outer box, we did not set yet. Oh, look at that. And the child has nothing set except for the border? Correct, okay. Let's try to adjust the right margin. Okay, they move together. That's good. The left margin should have no effect on these. Good. The top, we see move together. Great. Now I think we have to go do the same thing for the bottom down here. Child top constraint, I think is fine. We could do the same thing here. Let's flip this and put child top on the other side. All right, so child top is the same as top plus border top plus padding top, which should be very similar to the left. And let's rename this to our bottom, or our top. Our top. I was actually looking at bottom when I thought that. All right, now this one is our bottom, and this should just be minus. And I wanted to try something. All right, that looks pretty good. Is it all saved? Looks like it. Okay, border box, margin. Let's see, padding on the right, 0.1. That's good. Let's go to the bottom. Margin, padding on the bottom, 0.1. Good. Bottom, good. That moves together. Right side moves together. Great. Zoom out. Let's change our border size. Good. Those move correctly. Yes. Whoa. Did that move on the right? No. Okay, just playing tricks on me. It looks like it feels like it moved just subtly, but I think that's a display artifact. It's the Z tearing the object with the. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's go back to top view. It retracted from the bottom up. Bottom up. Let's double check this. Okay, padding on the bottom. Okay, those move independent. Margin, if we adjust the bottom, they should move together. That's good. Border, bottom, that looks good. The radius, it shouldn't be affected. But you can have negative. That's funny. I think we're okay. If we look at the right side, or the left, sorry, that's left. Look at the right side. It's still okay. Yeah, looks good. I'm guessing it's a little display artifact. Now, if we reset these, all right. So then we have border box inner. And now if we say we want our top margin to increase, good, our bottom doesn't change. Sometimes these little gizmos, these little, I don't know, editor tool utility things in Godot will move, but that's not important to us. You can see that it does move. That's okay. That doesn't affect us. It doesn't affect the game. So right, that's left. Okay, right, good. Bottom, good. Okay, now border size, just good, 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 good. And the radius, big finish. Looks good. Okay, now we're gonna save that because that's at like a little checkpoint moment. Gonna commit that. Yep, just a couple changes for that. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Now, now we're gonna add one more thing to this. Oh, I already closed it. We're gonna add VBox. VBox, it's all just gonna break and explode and be awful. You know, I rearranged my desk yesterday, turned it around. I can actually see out the window again. All right, VBox, where art thou, VBox? We're gonna put this one over there for a bit. Let's add VBox. All right, VBox is there. Put this back inside of VBox because VBox doesn't have any visual UI. It just positions children. Border box inner one. Let's duplicate that. Now we have one and two. So you can see it's the first one. Here's the second one. Second one, if we hide the, whoa, what is going wrong with this one? Yeah, so there's issues. We'll fix that. Interesting because what height should these have? I mean, there's technically no like leaf node in here. So should they have some sort of weak division of the space? Maybe. Maybe we should have a constraint for that. All right. Now, if we did add a leaf node to these, such as text, and we duplicate that, text and text. So we have text inside of one, inside the other. Where is our text? I don't see the text anywhere. If we close this and reopen it, it'll cause it to redraw. The code currently doesn't like it when you just add things in the editor like that, which we'll probably have to fix. There's, yeah, some issues right there. We'll get to that. But in this case, we have text. You can see that the line height and everything is set. Whoa. But we do not have actual text. I don't see it anywhere. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Font size. Make it 1. We can see that it's adjusting, but its position is probably very far away from us. Yeah, I don't know where the text is. I can't see it. Okay. And it might be too small if we make the outer border box smaller by kind of shrinking this. Does it wrap? It didn't appear to wrap. Let's make the text longer because that's really short text. Okay, it does wrap, so it's in there. If we give it a color, no. Make it easy to see. Bright red text somewhere. Feeler, nothing. Okay, a little flyby, nothing. Okay, that's all right. I mean, so far it seems to be okay. It actually looks all right. Border boxes are working. VBox appears to be positioning the children where they should be. Let's just double check the VBox code. Here we can create a constraint, set of constraints. We're saying that the child's left is equal to our left. Oh, I forgot the underscore. Our top. Okay. So in this case, the child's left and right, these two conditions here, they're required to be pinned at the right and the left. That's fine. We could say it's strong. What if we only do strong? Ah, all right, we set that to strong, see what happens. I would rather the constraint solver has some leeway. Okay, let's give this a save, quit it, and give it a run again. All right, run it. Yeah, it still works. That's good. Let's just double check. UI test. Okay, I think VBox is pretty good. The one case where it falls over itself is when we start to delete these. Because now it doesn't know what the height is for these. The height in this case was actually coming up from the bottom, the leaf nodes. So maybe we add a weak constraint on this. It says, oh, you'll just divide the space. Something simple. So whenever we update and create our constraints, we'll create a strong relation saying that the top is strongly equal to the bottom of the previous one. Then we should be able to create a weak one that says, oh, your bottom is also equal to a third or however many children there are, the size of this. wonder if it'll come back to bite us though. Okay, let's say we have a, now we need to increase that. In this case, we want another one. Guess not always, huh? So only in the case where we do have a previous bottom. Now, I guess if we don't have, if you're the first one, then you want the bottom to be set. All right, so let's match this again. Uh, yeah, we'll just help for that. All right, okay. So if we have a previous one, we do one thing. If we do not have a previous one, then we have to set the top. Our top is going to be equal to 0, or our top. Okay, so this makes sense. And that's already set here. Hmm. Do we just not need to do that then? Is this more of a if let sum? Uh, but the height, the bottom of this needs to be set. You know what? I think all we do here is say let C equals, let's see, our top. Hey, Tommy Luca, how you doing? And we're going to have weighted relation equals week. This is going to be a third of the height of this whole thing. Working but doing fine. I have yet to start work today. Say, I'm doing fine. Stretching. Our top plus our bottom, our left, our right, our top. This will be weekly equal. So when you add, now when you subtract our top from our bottom, Let's flip these. You distro hopped again? Is there like a group you can join for this? Oh man. All right. What's a third of the height here? Distro Hopper Anonymous. Oh, you're running Elementary OS now. Do you like it? And Foo Bear, you're kind of the opposite, using the same distro the time, most of the time for 10 years now. Wow. Wow. Divided by child count is equal to, what is it equal to? So this should be a third. It's pre-release. Oh, I see. And that's some issues, but you can work them out without trouble, so it's no deal breaker. Nice. Runs really well. Plank dock theme. Nice. PIP is just too good. Oh, I see. I wonder when they're going to pull that picture-in-picture and into something else. Now, in this case, we need to get the child bottom. So I do not think we have that. Oh, wait, did we? Yeah, that was commented out. That's old code. Let's get rid of that. And this, that's not a child bottom constraint, but we need that anyways. That height here is going to be child bottom minus child top. And that's how we weakly give the child a height. F64, I think Cassowary just wants F64s. We should probably just say, oh, you know what, you are as F64. Because we're just going to use an NA constraint. You like that it's possible to listen to Apple Music on any OS now? Oh, interesting. I didn't. How does that work on Linux? Do they have an app for that? Or is it a web interface? What are they doing? All right. So in our example here, you can see that these Border boxes are inside of a VBox, but they're not stacking correctly. So we're trying to give them a weak constraint that can easily be overridden if the object has some sort of height. I wonder how this would work if, because we have this strong one here, and a weak one's just going to give it some random amount. It's not like it's taking into account how much left there is. And if we also add a constraint that says the last one, the last child's thing is weakly equal to the bottom of our box. Oh, I see. Music to apple.com login. Oh, gotcha. Huh. That's nice. That's really nice. Let's take the constraints out. We know how many children there are. Let's allocate this once. Oh, wait. No, no, no. We have to know which constraint is for which child for later. All right, let's just leave that for now. We can come back and add that. Let's see. Save Godot. Well, you work for Apple. You were part of the alpha test group. Nice. The beta then was public from about a year ago, and recently it's out of beta stage. Nice. Earlier, you tested YouTube versus Spotify versus Apple Music. All premium, and the audio quality differences are huge. Why do you think that is? Oh, look at that. Now these are set. Now if we give this one text, yeah, it makes it smaller, but the other one still takes up space. And if we provide some really long text here, it's actually going to push it out. And that's kind of expected at the moment. Oh, interesting. I wonder if they just spend more time compressing the music. Right? It wouldn't surprise me if Apple has some sort of proprietary compressor for these common formats that audiophiles can tell the difference with. Okay, this is good. Now, why doesn't the text show up? Eventually, we'll get some sort of scrollable area in here, so you'll be able to like touch and scroll or move that around. You clearly hear the difference. Yeah. This channel is actually pretty good. I like this channel. We're in the chill base station. I should sync my YouTube to Odyssey? What do you mean? What is Odyssey? Okay. What is Odyssey? A lot of videos about these things. Maybe it'll tell me what Odyssey is. I just want the text below the video. But see how quickly it loads the video faster than everything else on the page? YouTube pays attention. They do stuff like that. No, thanks. Uh, Odyssey. Oh, it's YouTube alternative. I guess who runs it? And is this like the only one? Like tell us about Odyssey. What do you know about? Oh, Library is a new protocol that allows anyone to build apps and interact with digital content on the LBRY network. To set a price per stream or download, or give it away for free. Hmm. I mean that's a lot of data. I mean you don't understand how much data this is. That's like a ton of data. It's just crazy. You earned just with watching about $45 thus far from that site. What you earned money by watching videos? So if I watch this Chippendale here eat this piece of lettuce, who earns money? Like I am so lost. I don't have a wallet there yet. Okay. All right. Well, let's do this. We're gonna log in. Log into this. Okay, let's sure use my Gmail. Sign up. Password. Ooh, we're not gonna use that password. What is it? odyse.com. Use my password manager. Yes, yes. Okay. No, we're gonna use that one. Sync my YouTube channel. Oh, by all means. Good luck with that. Don't save that. You just sent me an email. Oh, I thank you so much. I am so glad you sent me an email. It's taking a while. Okay, there it is. Just arrived. Let me copy the link address. Hopefully this is all like cool for stream because this could go sideways if they. Oh yeah, I am not a robot. Oh, crosswalks. I am horrible at crosswalks. Like, is there a crosswalk in there? No, no, that they wouldn't do that. But this one, I know there's one under the light. And okay, we're gonna just say it's so. I can close this tab. Okay, fine. Oh, look at those cute things. I don't. I earned point 0.3 for adding my email. Oh, that's great. Okay. Um, find channels to follow. Skip. Thank you. Now at the beginning, it asked me to sync my channel. My YouTube name. I think it's just B Halstead. What if I chose Tommy's channel? How would they verify that? Agree to these terms. Also, I've read and understand how the program works. Well, what are these terms? Please be pages and pages of text. You agree to the terms specified in the below content. You must agree to these terms and receive library credits. Okay. Term period, 12 months. If you decide to revoke your content, it will be taken down within 30 days. Okay. Receiving credits. Receiving library credits is considered taxable income in the United States. Yep. Fine. If they give me money, I'll pay taxes on it, right? Give to Caesar what's Caesar's. Content security. All right. While blockchain entries can expire and may no longer be accessible on our clients, we make no promises or guarantees that we can fully remove your content from the network. Yeah, that's understandable. If you participate in the YouTube Creator Program, which I don't know if I do, you also agree to terms of service and privacy policy. Oh, that's fine. And what was the second one? I agree to that, and I understand how the program works, which is still a little sketchy for me. It doesn't like that link. Oh, let me see. To qualify, wait. The channel must have over 300 YouTube subscribers and recent regular and original content. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't have 300 YouTube subscribers. I think I've got like 90 maybe. I've got 87. 87. I'd need to upload it manually. Yeah, that's gonna be a killer for me because that's just time I don't want to spend. You can tip me on the video. I might be able to do this programmatically. All right. Okay. Let's keep going. Um, yeah, Halstead. I think that's what it is right now. Actually, let me double check that. Come on, just go to a video. Your channel, view your channel. I don't know. What is my YouTube channel? User B Halstead. See, that's not my channel name. I think my channel name is like some mystery garbage. Ecton Dev, good morning. Mr. Halsey? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I click on view channel, it actually takes me to user B Halstead and then it redirects to this link. See, like it's this. I mean, maybe that's my channel name. I don't know. Sure. Yeah, sync it. Claim. Oh, interesting. Choose your account or brand account. This one. Here, I'm gonna take this to the next monitor for a moment. Yeah, see, we've got 87 subscribers on YouTube. We need a whole bunch more for them to be able to like do stuff. But they seem to be willing to sync this, even though I have fewer subscription than they suggest. Just right click on the video and download. Nice. That's cool. Now, so we've got check. You will be able to claim your channel once it has finished syncing. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. These aren't short videos. These are like 5-hour videos, 4-hour videos. And that's a whole bunch of me like wandering around Rust, trying to figure out Rust. Whoa. What did you do? Why, why did I get confetti? What in the world? I can claim it afterwards? I mean, I will close this tab. This tab isn't going to be long-lived. I mean, can I come back? Do I just log into Odyssey? Like I can go explore Odyssey right now, right? Okay. I don't know why I was like hesitant on that. So if I click on this, and let's just explore Odyssey for a minute. This has gone way off topic, but this is kind of fun. Rewards, creator analytics, channels. Hmm. All right, let's look at the analytics. You haven't created a channel yet. Uh-oh. Okay. Add channels. Ah, okay. So if we go to the add channels, then it shows this. Interesting. Wild West. Huh, neat. Settings, dark. Oh, interesting. What does it look like if we turn off Dark Reader? Is it going to be all white? Oh, it is very white. Very YouTubey white. Dark mode. Oh, it's got like this purplish tint to it. That's all right. Let's turn this on. Kill it for Odyssey. There. And what are these rewards? You can buy them. You can transact. My total balance. Immediately spendable. This looks like website credits, like I don't know, friend and enemy, etc. An Odyssey account allows you to earn more than 10 in rewards, back up your data and get content and security updates. Now, or so if we unlock rewards, oh, I have to verify my phone number or credit card. Oh, look at that. Verify a chat. Huh, interesting. I might do that later. It's an interesting way to kind of police the community too. I imagine that some of these things are. Let's just pause that. Block, mute. Huh. Oh, it's interesting. We'll see how this ends up, how long it takes. Wait for your videos to be synced. I like the little picture-in-picture thing. That's neat. I mean, as it says, there's 294 videos, and that's not a small amount of data. All right, we'll leave this way over there for now. It'll take a week or two. Is that a week or two for like 10-minute videos? 'Cause these are like 3 to 5 hour videos. All right, top view. Ortho, auto. Okay, so going back to the code, we'll find out. Yes, yes, we will. Error calling method from signal screen resized. Method not found. What? On resize isn't on screen? Well, that seems weird. Okay, it should be there. Screen on resize exists. And we attach that on ready. How in the world did that error happen? Error calling method from signal screen resized. Method not found. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's got to be a delicate balancing act, right? That I guess I don't quite get. Um, Basics, transactions, wallets, buying and selling credits. Odyssey transactions. There are a number of transaction types. Send, receive, upload, channel support, blah, blah, blah. Hmm. All right, Tommy. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was weird. They have a bug. I just want to see this number change. All right. Let's go figure out where text went. I think this is not true. Well, first we're gonna do a little gonna clean up some of these buffers. Where'd it go? There. All right. All right. Now, because of some of this, oh, I see they might do it in the night or something. Sure. How dare they call me a low priority channel? Sorry, I couldn't hold a face. Um, let's go to mod. There's some code in here that we should get rid of. Register position signal, that needs to go away. Path from parent, this is also unused. Let's go ahead and get rid of that for now. Oh, Veritasium has instant sync. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, order box. See, this container connect, that needs to go away. Get variable. Okay. Order box. Yep. On container position, that goes away. This. Bye-bye. That thing container position goes away too. That. Less code, always nice. All right. What else? Screen. Yeah, screen no longer has that. Resize events. That's fine. I don't think screen ever had a signal. It was just listening to that. What else? A whole bunch of Cassowary stuff. Let's see. Did we add that to VBox? I don't remember. Hmm. Okay, VBox. That goes away. Doesn't look like it was listening. Remove child. Okay, that one's pretty straightforward. Let's go look at border box again. Um, emit signal. There we go. That would have been an issue. You're looking forward to watching my videos on Odyssey? Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Hey, Brooke, how's it going? And thank you for the raid. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Chantilly Cake, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Getting ready for work, Brooke? Heading out? How was asteroids? Were you doing asteroids today? Oh, and that I dropped the delay to 5 seconds because Starlink is behaving better. Now, Kafka. How do you say this? Is it Kafka 25? Androids is doing great. Yeah, fellow left in my design doc before feature complete. One thing left. Nice. How do I start like Starlink? It is much faster than what I've had previously. Right, this is insanely faster. So previously I could do about 4 megabit down, 3 megabit up, even though it's supposed to be, the same. On Starlink, let's see what our current roll of the dice will give us. 70, 80. It'll probably go up from there. Yeah, 90. That's so much faster than what I could have done previously. That the latency here is actually a little high. I don't think I've seen it like this in a long time. Um, we also might be having a moment. The latency is actually a little better than this. So if we restart that, we'll probably see that the latency improves. Give it a sec. No, and the 50 millisecond latency is better than what I had before because the hardware was old and slow and had some sort of artificial latency. Actually, this still looks a little off to me because normally in the app I'll be getting, I don't know, 20, 30 millisecond latency. Let's see what it pulls up right now because it's been doing really well today. I'm pleasantly surprised. Yeah, it's saying that that latency is actually a little high right now. Yeah, 50, 52, 49. Hmm. Ah, there it goes. It's dropping to 42, 41. So, oh, I got a text message. Let me take this. All right. So, I put that back together. But yeah, Starlink's been behaving much, much better today. Much better. They sent out an email last night explaining a bunch of the things they've been working on. Satellite train is right now over the Atlantic. Uh, oops. I hit tab on the wrong app. Well, look at satellite map. This will show us where the trains are. And we're in the Pacific. Wow, how many trains do they have going right now? Oh, there's the polar one at the bottom. But they've got one, two, three, four, five trains right now. Is it very expensive? It is. It costs me half as much as what I was paying before. Previously, I was paying about $180 a month for internet, 4 megabit up and down. And right now, I'm paying 100 a month for Starlink, so it's gonna save me money. Yeah, this. And we're in the Pacific Northwest. We're up over here. So these guys are moving at about 7 kilometers per second at an altitude of 550 kilometers above ground, above sea level. So let's get going. Are they done yet? Come on. Come on. Actually, I'm surprised that they even offer this because they said it wasn't available if you had fewer than 300 subscribers. All right, anyhow. I don't think that the satellites that are not high enough actually help you. I think they have to get into their proper orbit before they start having them service the zones. Oh, I see. Super low priority because they don't meet the requirements. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Oh, that didn't save. I'm gonna do a plug update real quick. I want to see it. Okay, COC is already up to date. Come on. Hmm, just checking. See, in this case, I do not think that VBox needs this function. Variable updates. it's just kind of transient. So we should probably get rid of that. And if we look at where that's called from, I think that's in layout here. But we should only do this if the function exists. Hmm. Yeah, invoke's not going to do what I want though, because in this case, invoke is kind of like a debugging invoke in that Godot normally won't tell you if something doesn't exist like that. What does export do? Great question. So it's part of the macro for native class. If we come back here, this means that the update function is available on this object inside of Godot. So if we were doing some GD script coding, update would be available to be called from GD script. It also means that it's available to be called from Godot. Um, Update here, and the only reason that we need it to be exported here, this update function, is because we are asking Godot to later invoke this, say via the invoke deferred you see here. Um, and because we're asking Godot to later call this at its, in its own time, when it does call it, it will pass in the owner object. Um, so if you're not familiar, um, Ostaf Doom, um, we're using GD native, which is basically making the GD native API. Sorry, we're using GD Rust, which makes the GD native API of Godot available in Rust. Um, and if you're not familiar with either of those, let me know. We can dive into that a little further. But Godot was written in C++, but we're writing these kind of game scripts for uh, for Godot in. Hold on, let's see what do you got there. All right, so inside of Godot, you can attach scripts to things. So in this case, this layout object has a script attached. If we click on the script, you can see that it's layout.gdns, which just means that it's a native script object, right? So we're compiling Rust code, making the Rust code available to Godot, and attaching the Rust code to these UI elements. And in our case, we are creating a 3D UI system, excuse me, a 2D UI system in 3D space. So we can do those little fancy things, fancy little UI bits, and we'll make a little game out of it too. I gotta close some of these. Starlink satellite map, yada yada. Are they done yet? No. Okay. Let's go back into the top. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Now, what should we call you? Do we call you Doom? Ostaf? Yeah, not even asking for professional experience. All right, so what we're trying to do is get this text rendering. Where are you? Forever and ever and ever. All right, that should be a lot less text now. Is that crashing? Or did we? Ooh. box layout was non-nd register variables. Why? Why? Let's give that a save, close it, open it again, UI test. Okay, that's a little better, but I think they're in the wrong order, aren't they? Yeah, that one's on top. Why is that one on top? That one on bottom. That doesn't seem right. Save it, close it, open it, UI test. I thought they were supposed to be in the order. What? What? Okay. We're gonna just save that. Something's gone off. Gonna save and close it. Reopen it. Sometimes when we crash Godot, or at least a portion of it, things don't work as you would expect. Okay. Oh yes, and we didn't call variable update because we removed it. Yes, because I'm thinking that here in in this, maybe it just doesn't register its variables, right? If you don't register your variables, you don't get the update. That might work. Hold on a sec. I need to call the dog in. Be right back. I think she's already in. All right. All right. We're good. We're good. Ost is cheese. Oh, I see. Ost of Doom. Cheese of Doom. That's funny. I like that. That's nice. That's really cool. All right. It's funny. So, all right. How are we gonna do this? I'm gonna do invoke, but invoke is just a wrapper. And here we're checking to see, does the method exist? If not, we panic and do some crazy stuff. If it does exist, then we just call deferred the function name and the variable arguments. Now that call deferred, what is this? What's going on here? That's because we're an object and we can do a node.invoke. So instead we'll do a node.callDeferred because we don't want the check. We don't want the check to see if the function exists. Well, it's either that or we just don't register the variables that we don't want updated. Let's go that way. Let's say vbox. Maybe you just don't register your variables. Where does it happen? In ready? So yeah, how about we just do that instead? Layout node instead. Don't register your variables. You're done. And then on exit tree, does deregister variables panic if they don't exist? Probably. Remove variables. Yeah, it should have been registered. Okay, so we can't do that either. Oh no, we want to go back to VBox. And instead, well, node dot, we take the layout, take parent container, and do that. What is this one doing though? Oh, we remove the child. That's fine. That's public. That's fine. I should fix this up here. We'll get this one going. I can't wait till we get to shader work on this. That's going to be so much nicer. Then I want to see what it looks like once we get the shaders on individual glyphs in the text. That's gonna be something else. Aw stuff. Doom. Doom. Oh, you know what? What was that? What was that function calling? It wasn't anything. Okay, well, where did this fail? Okay, we started here, registered a bunch of constraints, got to our first error. Layout variable should exist. And this is not giving us anything helpful. It just says layout variable should exist, which is here in some common code. Is it? Oh, no. Oh, I see. It actually changed. We went from an error here on the invoke saying the variable update doesn't exist to saying that the variable that updated doesn't exist, which is fine. We can just change this to an if let sum. If let sum self blah blah blah. We do this. Mouse that in brackets. We're done. So now only if we have the variable does it get signaled that it was updated. All right, one more time. Wait, did that save already? Empty diagnostics? Oh, you lie. That's not used. Should that be used? No. What else? Base is never used. Connect is never used. Oh, that's right. We got rid of those. Bye-bye. What else? GD native expect. That's fine. Into iter and then in util. Set material. We'll keep that one. Okay, I'm also going to COC restart here. Oh, and thanks for the sub on YouTube. I really appreciate it. I've got so many more subscribers on Twitch because I just don't do anything with the YouTube stuff. I don't know. I want the archive because eventually we might go back and just kind of analyze the adventure of making the game in Rust. Once the game goes like really big and you need the documentary, right? We'll have thousand hours of YouTube content to wander through and pick out the good parts, like this. All right, so that worked. Let's close Godot because now hopefully we have fewer panics. Godot, Godot's gone. That, and I have some other apps that are open that shouldn't be. GitX, we close that. Isn't it difficult to code while having to look at chat? Not so much. I mean, just kind of go back and forth, right? You look at chat, you look at this, you look at chat, go back and forth, and there it's right there on my screen. That's not an overlay, that's just there on my screen, so it's easy to see. What actually gets me is when I have to look over to the side, because I don't have like the stream tools that say, hey, you've got a new follower, or you've been rated. So that's over there. I have to be be aware of that. All right, where did the text go? Is it just tiny? Front view? Left view? Right view? Nothing. Top view, we see the boxes. I think it's like way off screen or something. Either that or the transform. Oh, see? Had 0 for the scale. Why? Where is it? Is it like microscopic text? And why is it right there? That's in a weird spot. You set up sound alerts just so you're aware of anything happening? Yeah. Yeah, we're actually going to use some of this to do some stream tool stuff too. So it's going to be useful not just in the game and the MMO game, but we'll also use this for stream tools. So let's see. Oh, where? Has, where's the text? There's no text? Oh, there it is. It was scaled before. Goes on forever and ever. Okay, let's make sure the line heights are set. And where did you go? Point 1, point 2. All right. Wait. Oh. Trying to set translation of unknown glyph. Ah, so there's some other bug there. Did this start with some other error? How many times was I just poking at it before it failed? All right, regardless, um, the origin point I think is wrong on this. Glyphs. Oh, you know what? You know what's gorgeous about these glyphs? Here, let's get our border box. Let's toss a little padding on this. I think it's actually pretty good. Although our origin point is much too high. Um, but here, check this out. We go to wireframe. These are tessellated shapes. Ah, look, and it's actually in the wrong spot. So this is how we get gorgeous fonts in 3D space and how we're going to add shaders to each individual glyph. Well, if I could top view, zoom out there. So we'll be able to do some cool stuff with this. That and if you look at the bottom right, we've got 42 draw calls going on and 30,000 verts. Let's add a couple more. Oh, there we go. Just keep making it longer and longer. And we're using multi-mesh in Godot, so the draw calls don't increase. There, how many is that, Godot? All right, there's 1.2 million verts, just a couple draw calls. It's still performant. It's not bad, huh? I was concerned that that was going to be an issue, but actually you guys helped me figure that out. We were using multi-mesh wrong, or I was. So we have top view. Okay. Oh, it's calling out T. So this position is just subtly off. Let's go and fix that. UI text. Yes, your native class. Now, where would we know this? Let's check a couple of things. So we see when the variable is updated for this. Let's comment that out for now. Let's just delete it. And after our variable is updated, we get this invoke deferred for layout. Layout gets invoked wherever layout is. So what else do we have down here? Scale. Okay, that's fine. Let's go to layout. Nope, no, not the field. The function. All right, so we calculate the scale. We get the text node, the trf to this. Set the scale in this. Now we do this so that the text itself is scaled properly, because so when you're looking at TrueType fonts, right, the font itself is written in unit X, just I think what they call EMs, right? Um, or not even that. They're just actually written in some arbitrary unit. And then part of the file, part of the TrueType font file, it says how many of these interior units are one EM, right? And then you have to kind of match that to your space. And in our case, we're not doing print, we're not doing these other things. So we're using Godot, and Godot uses meters. So we have to scale this font to what its size should be in meters. So we do that, and we basically put these fonts on an object as a child of this that you cannot see. Actually, if we run it, then you can see it. So here we go. We'll run the scene. It's not very interesting because the camera is coming in from the side and you can't see anything. But if we look at UI test, you can see a couple extra things in here, right? We got text, we have glyphs here. And if you look at the glyphs, uh, this information's not updated. That's too bad. You can see we've got all sorts of different glyphs in there. Only 20 of them, which is fine, right? Because we're only using 20 different characters. Actually, are we? Maybe. But the node that we scale is the glyphs node. These are actually done in their normal size. They're just gigantic. So we just put them on there. We don't scale the points in this. We let Godot do all the scaling. The glyphs right there, that node gets scaled. All the children inside that get scaled appropriately. Done. So let's stop that. Okay. Yeah, good. It shut down. The problem here is that this origin point for the text is wrong. It should not be outside of the box. It should actually be inset, because this border box has no padding set. If we set the left padding, we should see, actually, something else is going on. It's resizing, but it's not correct. It should actually be indenting, and it's not. Okay, and why is that? Because we already know that border box correctly indents things. Hey, thank you for the follow. So, we're going to go from there. This is, oh, that is really hot. I forgot. Nothing wakes you up like a mouthful of hot tea. All right. Now this sets up some constraints here, which I believe is fine. This is us setting the, what are we doing here? We're setting our bottom value to be the top plus the height. And then any container that actually wants to know what our height is can use our bottom value in part of their constraints. I gotta say, it took me a while to fully grasp Cassowary. Where's our offset? Where do we, we're missing something here. What are we missing? A transform. We're missing a transform. Like in look in border box when we get into render. No, translation. We set our translation. So let's go ahead and do that. So if we are in the tree, we will set our translation. And this will just be those values. Where did the formatter just die? All right, we got you, formatter. Don't worry. We got it. What is, how many of these things do we have going on? What? Will they just finally resolve or what? Okay, let's just build it. That is strange. All right, let's stop Godot and restart it. Save, close. Did it build? Almost. There it goes. 30 seconds that time. When I'm not streaming, it's like 3 seconds. 3 to 5, really. Then we're not using a ton of CPU otherwise. I wonder what's going on. Okay, there we go. That's interesting. Why is it way out there? And I had one other question for myself. Does this have a default transform of 0? It does. That's why I keep having to reset that. That and that. Okay. So it had some defaults in there that should not have been set. Let's close that. Come back over here. -5. Why are you -5? Oh, because you're out of order again? Did you crash? You did. Border box layout was not in deregister variables. Let's fix this. We keep seeing this. Yeah. How does this happen? How do we get to the point where deregister variables is not set? This is in border box. See, all of these are what layout node. Border box does have one of these. Here we call them. Oh, well, we're deregistering the variables after we take the layout. Really? We should deregister the variables before we take the layout then, or pass the layout into this. How's Russ so far? Draws does dev. Morning, Draws. A happy Tuesday. Rust is going really well. Thank you. Thank you. Let's invert those. We'll do it in the opposite order of this. Deregister, and we take the layout. All right. I'm going to restart Vim. Vim is just, all right. Back to where we were. Exit tree. We were in layout node. Exit tree. Okay, so we just moved that line up so that we still have a layout before it's taken. All right. First, let's check for any crashes. We're good. Okay, no crashes. Okay, this one is second. It shouldn't be second. We'll have to deal with that later. Let's at least get the text in the right spot. Okay, this is correct here. If we reset that, it's close. It's not right though. And if we look at the text, let's see, the right side is 18. That seems reasonable. The top is 5. It should not be 5. And maybe it should. Here's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hmm. Why is it 5? Because the VBox. Is it the VBox? Because we have a border box with a VBox with a border box with a text. That and this one I'm just going to delete. Simplify this a little bit. I'm going to close it and reopen that just to make sure it's sane. No. Why is the text 0.3? Let's check some things. The VBox has basically nothing. It's just a pass through. The border box padding. Let's look at the top padding. And that's a padding on the right. Those all seem fine. Padding seems reasonable. It's just when we duplicate this node that it compounds that. Oh, it is VBox that's doing this because when we set the child bindings, so our left is child left and our right is child right. Okay, we get that, but our top is the previous is equal to the previous bottom, which it shouldn't be, right? How is border box getting this right? That's a strange one. I would have expected border box to be affected by this. Because border box would say, okay, or VBox would tell border box that, your top, like for this box here, for that box, um, that you're at 1, 2, 3 or so, right? But this is also being told that, hey, you're then at 3. So where is it? None. In the case that there is no parent, our top's equal to the other one, but that's fine because that's at the very top of the tree. That all works. I think it has to do with this somehow. Can we reproduce this without the VBox? Let's try. Delete that. Yes, yes. Border box outer. Let's add another border box. Duplicate you as a child. No, no, no. Don't add. Okay, then we have that. Now let's add text to this. Okay, yes, you don't have a width, right? Hmm. Save, close, open it, UI test. Okay, now it wraps. I've got this set up. Now, if we change let's say the margin, so the top here, that's all working together. It's very harmonious. This one, that's fine. Padding top, still okay. Look, there we go. This one, the border box padding is multiplying it. Okay, how is it doing this? How is it doing this? Why is this padding doing it? So if we set this to 3, about 3 there, and look at this one. It's not like they're sharing a value for padding, is it? No, they're not. But if we change the padding here, it actually insets the padding there. What? The X and Y position for that is correct. The X and Y position for this appears correct. I mean, that in relation to the text, it appears correct. That's where I'd expect that origin point to be. uh, top view. Now, these, why does this gap here change when we increase this gap? Ideas? Wow, this is just, okay, let's add some debugging. Oh, we have some. We've got some already. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna say this padding top is equal to 2. Enter. So we had some constraints updated, and border box top is 2, and text top is 2.63. Let's go look at the border box. Let's see, update constraints. Oh, create constraints. All right. Now let's look at the see, like, why wouldn't this affect the inner box, right? That's what's getting me. So how did we skip this box here? So the child top constraint is equal to, so child top is going to be our top plus our border top plus our padding top. Maybe it shouldn't be our top. Because of where the origin point is for the parent. Because our top is going to be 0 in some of these cases. Is that right? Yeah, I know you're not used. Let's see what happens. Come on, Godot. Save and close. Thank you. Hit it again. Ah, that was it. Look at that. Gorgeous. Let's see. That makes me a little suspicious of. Here, we'll see. I think we're gonna have the same problem for an H box because our left here. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of that. But where's the left constraint? So that's top, child left. And this is equal to our left plus border left. I don't think we should be adding our left to it. No, in this case, why are we adding our, or, all right, let's see. I think we got lucky before because those values were just 0. So let's change let's say the top border, top. Okay, those move. Nice. Margin top. Yep, that moves on the outside, infects everything. Good. Padding top. Should only affect the things inside. Lovely. And left. What's the radius left? Good. Some margin, border, and then padding left. Everything inside. Good. Okay, now I didn't actually watch the right side of these things. Sometimes we'll see things like, yeah, kind of go over the edge there. And I think this happens because the right side is actually very large. See, this doesn't actually affect right, does it? But when we change the left, here, if we change margin left, it does wrap it. See that? See about where it's wrapping it, right there, and changes. Which means that in this case, it's not taking into account the padding and the child width minus padding left. Yep. Wasn't included. Margin, margin, border, right, padding right. We should also have border left in there. Margin left, margin right, border left, border right, padding right. Oh, let's keep them in the same order. Left, right. All right, now for the top. Wait, where's all the border stuff? Where's... there's a wall between us. All right. Where are we going? Yeah, child right and child bottom. Our bottom, minus margin top, margin bottom, minus border top, minus border bottom, minus padding top, minus padding bottom. Save, close, good. So I think that was wrong. Looks like our padding is not supposed to be taken into account. Because here our padding, let's see, left actually affects both sides, and we don't want that. It's a little, yeah, don't know. Wait, so if we do border left, does that actually subtract from the right too? It does. Of course we don't want that. Wait, okay, let's go back a little. gonna be our right. So what is this value? What is our right equal to? Right, that's a variable inside of Cassowary. I want to check something real quick. Okay, it's still there. And it feels like we shouldn't be taking anything from the left, and that the right should just be relative to the right. Something's off here. Okay, left, left, left. Get rid of those. Top, top, top. Get rid of those. The child's right side is equal to our right, which is in what coordinate space? It's kind of global, isn't it? Which is minus our left to get it into local space. Same with the top or the bottom minus our top. Do I like dark schemes? You don't know if you think this is cool. Night Buddy. Actually, I'm using Dark Reader. What is Night Buddy? Hmm. Yeah, we tend to use Challenger Deep. I've been using Challenger Deep for a long time, and I just find it so comfortable. So I use it in Alacrity, Tmux, Vim, obviously. But the colors pop just enough for me. Let's see. Let's take a look at this one. It might be a little too neon, if that's any sign. Yeah, this pops a little too much for me. Yeah, a little much. But thanks for sharing. And anybody, please feel free. All right, so that should get it into local space because we're taking the left away from it. That looks better. Now, if we increase our left border, yes, it wraps correctly. Good. If we increase our left padding, same thing. Lovely. Left margin. And it's awful. Okay. So we also want to subtract left margin and top margin. I feel like I've kind of given up trying to reason through that, which I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I should think a little bit more through it. I feel like I'm just experimenting through it instead of just reasoning through it. All right, again, left, good, wraps correctly. Left padding, good, wraps correctly. Margin left, good, wraps correctly. Nice. Okay, now that we got that figured out, let's put the V boxes back in. And I'm going to try to pay attention to make sure we don't get some errors popping up. No errors yet, just a lot of debugging output. This one here, transform. Is this on the same location? It is. Okay. What? How does that work? Okay, let's have it redraw the whole thing. Close that UI test. There we go. That's better. I think we've got some registration issues. Now we can add a margin. I got top margin here. Separate them out. And look, we've created Windows version 2. It's actually not that weird. All right. It's actually working. That's great. This is really cool. So now we need to get an HBox working. Let's commit this. Get status. Get UI. Yes. Yes, those things are fine. Those things are fine. Border box. Yeah, we stripped out the signal stuff because Cassowary is doing the whole thing. Updated our constraints. You can see here. Previously we had our right, but we didn't have our left in this. We did have margin left, margin right, border right. But we also had padding in there, which was not correct. Okay. And that's good. Container, just gutting some old code. Here, we only update the variables if they've been registered, which is good. This fixes the crash, that layout was gone, and removing more old code. Yep, more of that old code goodness. Old code, comments, and setting the translation properly. That's good. And VBox. Okay. Oh, we should get rid of. Oh, that was deleted. Okay, that's fine. Good. Commit. Let's see. Border box, VBox, and text play well together. Okay. Now there seems to be an issue with things getting added and removed though. So if we, let's say, remove something and add it again, or add a new something, right? Duplicate that, or maybe move it around. Let's say we move you over there. Yeah, like why are you still in that position? So if we save that, close it, UI test. Yeah, this thing shouldn't have a parent. No, wrong one. How do we get it not there? I want it as a child of that. Almost. Kind of? Oh, there we go. Yeah, sometimes things go wrong when we do that. Then if we just save it and reopen it, it's okay. What if this is a side effect of the panics? Or something else? But overall, this I think is looking good. Let's do a VBox now. Or an HBox. HBox is going to be very much like a VBox. What if we should just have like some sort of mode on VBox? Because the only thing that's different is this one function here. If it's a VBox, it goes one way. If it's an HBox, it goes the other. What do you call a box that does vertical or horizontal boxing? Like a list box? Maybe it's a list with a vertical or horizontal. What else? Thesaurus. I like the Merriam-Webster one better. List. What's another word for list in thesaurus? Go away. Canon, catalog, checklist, listing, menu, register, registry, roll call. We could call it a roster, a table, schedule, an agenda. Yes. What about a stack? A boatload. We'll call this a boatload control. Pile. You could have a vertical pile or a horizontal pile. Hmm. Now, let's see. Does this? It's kind of like we still want HBox and VBox, but we want them set up in different ways. So we could say that maybe they have some other type that is provided that can do this sort of layout. Then we just have type aliases for VBox and HBox. Oh, no, we can't because they have to derive native class. Yeah, there's that. Good old Godot and Rust. Oh, hold on a sec. All right. So how do we share code here? We could impl, because this is going to be near identical to the other one. It's just that this create constraints is different. Maybe we call it the VH box, HV box, or just a list. Yeah, whatever. Now, what would that be like? Creating this. You have to create one, set the mode, and then go on, instead of just creating one. Well, let's see how it goes. All right, so then in lib, did the list get updated? It did. Okay. This song is just so repetitive. Let's skip this. Any of you guys ever want to thumbs up or fast forward a song? Use those channel points. Direction. Let's just create a list direction. You know, it says horizontal or vertical. All right. Now in this case, I want to derive a bunch of stuff, including, I forget what it is. Property. Direction. What? You have property, don't you? Is he going to tell me what's wrong with this? Export is not satisfied for this. So, list direction actually needs to be something that can go into the Godot API. The problem here is that we don't have export, AXP, ORT set up for this. Yeah, so I think we're going to go look at some of the examples. Let's see, signals, scene, resources. Let's property. What do we have here? Path. Let's look at this one. All these traits are implemented for instance with a base class of T as reference counter resource. Okay. That's crazy. That's neat though. That's really, really cool. So what is a greeting resource? It's a native class that extends from resource, has a property on it. Which then has a string. I just want an enumeration. I want a drop down in the UI. How do we get that in Godot? Let's see, that's going to be on native class. Let's see, we've got property here. If we look at property, where's here? That's not very helpful. So I know that we can actually set this up with some sort of enumeration with the add property on the builder. Or is it add property on the class builder with default blah with hint? We can give it a different kind of hint. So we get a property builder. Unless, how do we implement GD native export? Export info. Okay. To variant and from variant. No, from var. We'll export or list direction. What do we have to put in for this? What's required method export info? Is this not? Oh, it doesn't know what that is. That's in native script export. Is that exported anywhere else? Oh, it's not. Okay. All right, type end. This is going to be equal to what? We have to give it the type for this hint. No hint, hint I16 rectangle. Wow, they have a lot of things down here. Foreign types option. Maybe string? Eh. Oh, it could use a int hint. I8. Just export. Yeah, here they're just providing that information. All right, back to our code base. This is int hint. Where are these listed? Oh, we can do enum hint. Yeah, where's that located? That's at, wait, what's this say? Cannot find trait export in the scope. Why not? It's right there. But this, oh yeah, look at that. That should be that. Oh, let's see. GT native should be there. Oh, gotta save the file. So what is the export info? Create an export info with a given variant type, but without a hint. All right. Hmm. Not quite sure how to implement. Where is it? Um, export. It, let's see. All it says is trade for exportable types. A type-specific hint that is valid for the type being exported. Okay. It's a type-specific hint. Got it. Export info returns export info given the optional typed hint. And the export info just, okay, metadata about the exported property. Neat. But, I mean, what do they do with that? We obviously create one, and then we ask, hey, what is the resource type here? So how do we give it a variant type? I mean, maybe we give it an int. All right, let's give this export info colon new variant type. Where is variant type? Oh, variant type. Sure, I64. And that's going to be from this other hint, which is an enum hint. But I don't know what we're supposed to do with this hint thing here for that. I mean, maybe this is a lot more flexible than what I'm thinking it is. What do we get here for a hint? Oh, yes, and that should be renamed. Source VBox, source UI, VBox to source UI. Was it list.rs? All right, those are updated. UI mod, just double check this. Yeah, list. All right. So now we need create constraints and like a create vertical and create horizontal constraints. Let's duplicate this. And again, self dot direction. Fill in the match arms. Now in this, we'll do a self dot create constraints horizontal, right? Horizontal constraints. Now this is the vertical ones. All right, this text is actually wrong. I'm just going to nuke that. All right, now bottom becomes left, etc. Previous child left, child count. Sure, this is for the default. Um, Constraints. Now in this case, this is going to be top and then bottom. So let's see. Left is top, our top, child top. Okay. All right, this is bottom. And we get into left now. So whoever left, now gets the left. Okay, that needs to be uppercase. We match on the previous child left. If there is something, then it's equal to the child's left, strongly related, our left child. Okay, that looks all right. Now here, bottom becomes right. Oh, this is previous child right. Did I get this right? So top becomes left, bottom becomes, so I have top, bottom, left, then right. Yes. All right. I mean, VBox might be that easy. HBox, I mean. Yeah, we need some way of being able to set that isn't. Well, when we need it programmatically, we'll add it. But right now we're going to do this through the UI. Oh, look at that. Hint is none. Yeah, that's not helpful. It died. This doesn't have any value exported. All right, so let's change this. Hey, good morning, John. How are you? Happy Tuesday. Yeah, we're getting this working. I'm having an issue with this property being exported correctly. I was hoping I could do this without having to do a register class and registering a setter and a getter, etc. on this. But we might have to, because I don't know of a simpler way to be able to register an enumeration. I mean, we created this export for it, but this isn't working right. Try to have just a horizontal or vertical enumeration available to Godot. We can do to and from variant. That actually converts this into a dictionary with a horizontal key or a vertical key. So it can go to and from Godot, but it's not right. And then if we did implement to variant and from variant for this, so in this case, if we impl or list direction, we just match self on this, fill in the match arms, and say, oh, this is the number one, this is the number two. I'm leaving off 0 just for giggles, because if something comes in and is 0, then we'll have issues. Yes, variant. Oh, this needs to be variant, colon, from I64. Same thing here. Okay, there's that. Now impl from variant or list direction. We get the variant. Let value is equal to variant dot. What is it? Try to I64 on this. Once you cross the language barrier, you believe it could be some serialization involved, and that's never fun. Yeah. See, we're going to try to just, take it to int. Try to I64. We can do that. But we'd have to map the error. What's the from variant area? What are our options? Oh, invalid variant type is probably what we want then, in this case. You know what? I'm just going to say to I64. Match value. If we get the number one, we will have list direction horizontal. Otherwise, number two, list direction vertical. Otherwise, let's see, we will return, let's just call it n, error from variant error, colon, invalid, what is this, invalid enum representation? Maybe, but I think that's how they get it to and from. Unknown enum variant. There we go. Name of the unknown variant. See, how do we actually use this? Yeah, so creating a result foo bar from this. And that's going back to dictionary. And that's not quite right. Cannot cast. Invalid item? Maybe. Hmm. See, that's talking about collection stuff. Unspecified invalid nil, invalid variant type. Maybe it's just invalid variant type. Cannot cast. I don't know. See, it's not invalid variant type. It's not the invalid variant. The invalid variant has invalid value. Let's just do custom. Custom. List direction. Here, let's do a format. Boom. Da, da. List direction. All right. Expected comma. No, I think we got that right. What else? Did we not? I mean, n should just be the value that doesn't match 1 or 2. So all the other values is n. And if we get that, we return with the error. Oh, because this needs to be in a block. That's why. Couldn't just say so. And that's technically n. Okay. Now we can do to variant from variant to get that, but it's still not going to be right. That was a fun little exercise, though. Oh, and thank you for the follow. I've not been kind of up on that lately. There's still hint none. I don't understand why. All right. Let's just register native class, register with self colon colon register. All right. Now in here, we'll have a register. Does it need to be exported? Yes, yeah, I removed the last instance of this. Register signals here. It does not need to be exported. Okay. Function register builder is going to be what, a class builder? Reference to a class builder? Reference to a class builder of self. Builder dot add property. We're going to add direction. Now we'll have a property builder. And we can provide a whole bunch of stuff here. With hint, this can be an enum hint with usage, etc. We're going to have to provide a number of these to make this work. Because we're going to delete that, this, and this. Maybe not. We might be able to use this. But direction, this one goes away. All right, and we get rid of property there. That's bad. Okay. Dot done. With hint. Now this is where we get into those hints from earlier. They're buried in there. And this is going to be an enum hint for a string, maybe? Or is it an I? How do we do this? See, with hint. So you can do this with int hints, provide that. So it needs to be int hints, flags. They're not flags though, it's more of an int hint with enum. Okay, let's go back. Int hint enum. Now we have an enum hint, and this enum hint is a string? Just a new vector of things, okay. And we're going to have horizontal. That needs to be a string. And vertical. All right, so in this case, they have that. Then they have a with getter here. They probably also want a setter. Yeah, this is supposed to be chained. Okay, builder there. Direction goes away, just the dot. Call done when we're done. With getter. Ah, there. What were the other options? With, Yeah, okay, we just with getter on this. Now in this case, we will return, this will be what? Self colon colon direction. Okay, let's add that real quick. I don't know if it needs to be exported though. Oh, function direction. And what will this be? Self and owner. Spatial. Come on, fingers. And this should return I-64. Or do we, okay, what's the docs on this again? And T is the type of the property. And what are the values here? Guess we'll find out. Pull from I-64. No, no, wrong one. Oh, this isn't try from, this is just, sure. So in this case, we will always default to horizontal. No, no, we'll always default to vertical. Let's say that's 0. This is underscore. That's just going to be value done. From missing from implementation? Really? Needs to be public? No, it's an impl. All right. Impl from list direction for I-64. What else? Is it just right there? All right, so this mismatch types expected I-64 found unit. Ah, direction dot into. Yeah, that's not used with setter. Set direction. Now what's the signature here? FN mutable self base and then value. Okay. Here of spatial with value. I-64. No return. Self dot direction is going to be equal to value dot into. All right. Now what do we miss here? We have getter setter property. We don't need to do property. Anything else? We could set a default with default. Now what does it want with this? Just a default value. Chills in the background. Yes. It's going well, thank you. Asharadal. We did a D&D campaign last night on my daughter's birthday. It's archive.org has this fantastic trove of dungeon magazine. So for all you D&D players out there, I've got a huge number of these. We actually did one of the little side quests from what is this? Number one? What do you call this? Like the first episode of this edition? It's not first edition. That'd be like the first printing, right? Put on a magazine. This is issue number one. I actually did the campaign back here. Yeah, Guardians of the Tomb. That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. So, but nobody died. Nobody died. And so I was a little bummed out, but they were all happy. It got a little creepy at the end, but they were fine with it. And uh, that the tomb, I don't know. I don't want to spoil it for y'all. Yeah, that's not a prerequisite for a good campaign. I know, I know. They just like to make characters, so um, I kind of keep track of who's happy with their characters or not, because we just have fun. And then if somebody does perish, they'll roll a new character, and it'll be the same level as like everybody else, and I'll have to figure out how they the new character gets merged in with the group. But all right, oops. Yeah, it's how we re-roll the characters. Let's close that. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. They had a good time. All right. Now, did this blow up again? What does this mean? Update placeholder condition script data is not true. Do we at least have the property? We don't have a property here. Why not? Hmm. Something's wrong here. Let's go into this. Oh, it's VBox still. That should be something else. Because technically, we're going to get rid of VBox. So, all right, let's create a new type. This will be a 3D scene off of spatial. That's fine. We'll call it list. List will have, yes, list.gdns, but not in that folder. Native list, open, good, good, load, okay, save, scenes UI, list, save. Now we should probably get rid of the other one while we're at it. Let's replace this one. I thought there was like a replace, change type, there it is. But this isn't the right type. This is like their types. Okay, we'll have to reparent these. You go there. Let's add a new one here. List. You go away. Delete nodes. These are child of list. List has a direction, vertical and horizontal. Oh wow, it thinks it's vertical. How about horizontal? Set direction. All right. Vertical, horizontal. We should probably, hmm. Yeah, that's a side effect of something else. Ignore that. Gonna get rid of VBox, size numbers, sides, prop. Layout will keep key. Don't know about that. Game goes away for, I don't know. We'll leave game. Flexbox is going away. Box is gone. Border radii is gone. Border box we keep. Border background. Okay. Delete all those. Goodbye. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now in scenes, let's clean some of these up. UI probably still has Flexbox. That's going to go away. And VBox. Deleted. Okay. Close those. Open UI test again. Ooh, look at that glorious mess. Wow. It's horizontal. If we do vertical, save and close. Okay, vertical's working. Horizontal's not. Let's have it update this so that if we change direction, it updates. So on set direction, what happened there? Oh, we'll get into it. Self dot. Uh, what do we have? Oh, we don't have like a delay render, do we? We have update constraints. All right, I'm going to close this for a moment because we'll definitely want to see that. And I think we have some of the constraints backwards. I did like a search and replace to change a V box to an H box, and obviously something went wrong. All right, here's our V box. We're going to change it to horizontal box. And yes, kaboom. Okay. Did we get any errors though? Did anything die? No. So far, so good. Okay. So what does it look like happened? The first box looks okay. Actually, we have three boxes. The first one seems all right. The second one seems to not have a proper width. And the third one is in the same position. Okay. So let's work on the second one here. Something went interesting in the ways that will teach you how it works. Yes. All right, so we want to go to horizontal constraints. So the first time you go through, let's see, we've got previous child right, because we have to keep track of the previous child's right, so that'll be the next one's left. The top and the bottom constraints, are these correct? Now, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I'm going to look at the little box that's drawn. It's hard to tell. Let's see, what are the values here? I'm going to take off the mark. Whoa. What? Okay, we've got issues. Let's reset a bunch of these. Border and padding. Border is just going to be 0.1 on all of these. And padding, it should just be dot. So let's take the padding off for now. Okay. Yeah, you can see some of this is jumping around. Cassowary, the constraint solver, doesn't know where they should be because there isn't a fixed place where it should be. So it's just putting them somewhere. We're getting values. Our constraints, our values. Okay, so now each one of these has no size other than the first one. The first one doesn't actually look that bad. Oops, wrong way, wrong button. Going to adjust the outer box. Margin 0, 0. Okay. Just cleaning it up a little bit. 0.1, 0.1. Padding, sure. 0.1, 0.1. No, in this case, that didn't update, and that's been bugging me. So sometimes you'll update the outermost one. Oh, you know what? I think our text is also a little odd. Because how do you put text in a horizontal list like this? Right, how do you wrap this? It's almost like you need another box to constrain that. Or you need to be able to subdivide the space, kind of pack it in. Because when we do a horizontal constraint, top and bottom should more or less be fixed, right? I'm gonna reload that like this. However, when we add a second one, right now it's just using a third of the space because it doesn't go all the way across. Let's do that. See, when list is a vertical box, right? This is more, I guess, straightforward for me because you text wraps to the right, right? It's a horizontal wrapping. It's not a vertical wrapping. So you know how tall this is based on how many lines the text needs to display. Now, when you get to a horizontal list, like so, what should the width of this be? Hmm. And what are we going to put in these for the game? Because we don't have to solve every condition. We just have to solve the conditions that we're going to use in the game. I think most cases, when we do a horizontal list of things, it'll be like buttons, right? You'll have maybe an icon, text, maybe just a couple words of text. All right, but right now it looks like we're going to subdivide the space. And I mean, should we be able to scroll horizontally? And how do we actually solve it backwards so that, well, if the text doesn't fit in the vertical space, it tries to make it wider, so that a horizontal scroll would work. That might be out of scope for this. Might be. But what? Because a constraint solver doesn't know how to unwrap text. I mean, we could probably give it enough information that I could kind of shape it differently, but that gets a little sketchy. I think we should go with a simpler solution and be able to override the width on certain boxes. Because the list doesn't provide the width for these boxes. Let's go through and make this at least look decent. Top and bottom, I think those are more or less working because the first one works. Now, when we get to the child left constraint, prof's not left. This is the child's left. In Cassowary, it's variable. And then we have our left. Now, if we had a previous child right, this should be previous right. Yay, copy. No, that's find and replace. So the previous right is strongly equal to this child's left. However, if there is nothing there, then our left is strongly equal to the child's left. So it's always on the left. Now, what about the right side? So we push that constraint. What about the previous child node? Previous child right is getting child right. Okay, let's read through this. Child right is the props.right to variable. Fine. Our right, layout node, get that. Good. Our right minus our left divided by child count. That's the bug. Okay. We didn't catch that the first time through. So what is this constraint saying? This is saying that a portion of our width is equal to the child's width. In this case, we divide our width equally amongst the children and then set our widths to be, set the child's widths to match that portion. Okay, let's save and close. Cassowary is crazy cool. Ah, good. So now we can see we Got the width set up right. It looks like the third one, its top was off. The margin top. Save that. And see, sometimes when you reset these or change these, weird things happen. I think when we change these properties, we need to like deregister and re-register some things. Not quite sure. All right, but that looks good. Boom, boom, boom. Got that. Now, if we add some more text here, yeah, it's gonna just overflow the bottom. Is that expected though? Hmm, I guess so. It's not like I can have the current constraint solver unwrap text and make that node wider. Oh, we could. It'd be expensive. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm still thinking about that because it would be nice to be able to have some of these maybe a little wider. I don't know. It's probably good enough for now. We could always add another control that makes it wider. That'd be fine. Like some sort of simple box, a width height box that knows how to do certain things. All right, so that works. Oops, what did I do? I did something weird. Wow. Can we undo that? Okay. Transition. Hold on a sec. What happened here? All right. Transform. Fit to screen. Scale it. Scale that down a little bit. There. That's better. All right. Let's give that a save. Yeah, a lot of things got moved, deleted. So those are fine. Interesting stuff's in here. Yep. VBox became list because now it does vertical and horizontal stuff. Yep, that just got renamed. List is fine. Let's look at this one. VBox. Good, good. And this, we have a list direction to and from. Do we need a to variant on this? We have from I-64 and from list direction, but we do not need to variant. All right, that's gone. No need for that. All right, and horizontal is the first one here. Just to double check, horizontal is the first one at 0 and 0. That all matches up. That's good. Okay, it builds. What else do we have in here? Anything extra? Register self, renamed self, deleted comments. Yeah, renaming, deleted comments, renaming. What was that? What was... Oh, that's fine. Then we created horizontal constraints, which we just got working, and rename some more stuff. Okay, good stuff. Done. Commit. Renamed VBox to list. Added direction. What else? Added direction to list. Reed Rayner, good morning, fine sir. Kind sir. It's going pretty well. How are you doing? We've got Godot doing some horizontal layout stuff, some vertical layout. It just had to redraw all that stuff. It's doing that so fast. It's amazing. And it's not even in release build yet. So it's pretty cool. So we have this. Let's work on, let's see, do we have game? Scene game. Here we go. This is some old stuff. Oh, you're learning about enums. Oh, lovely. Nice. What are you using, by the way? Where's Easy Rust? So this one's also a good resource. Um, they got 186 videos, slightly over 23 hours of explanations. Oh, NVim? Yeah. And what are you using to learn Rust? Are you using the book? This person here, they did a whole bunch of stuff. You can go through the documentation, like if you're learning about enums. Oops. Highlight all. No, thank you. There. But they have kind of like the text version and then the video version on YouTube. Yeah, definitely take a look at the YouTube link on this one. I'm curious to see how well people grok the stuff coming from the Easy Rust stuff. Then let's see, we lowered our delay time from 10 seconds to 5 seconds today. And how has that been for everybody? I mean, it seems to be holding on. That, and is this done yet? No. Still, 294 videos. Yeah, whatever. I still don't understand. Let's see. How do they make money again? What is this? Download from Mac OS? Okay. It seems interesting, but I was trying to get some of the YouTube archives actually tossed in on this, just to have some other place in case YouTube decides they don't like Rust or they mistake me for something else, somebody with political views or the wrong political views. It's great actually. Used to typing something on stream. Okay. I'll wait a bit for you to respond. Yeah, it's gotten a lot better. It's gotten a lot better. And they actually sent me an email. Was it yesterday? Last night, I think it was. Let me see if I can pull that up. Well, on my phone, I'll read a touch. But it's interesting. This is the first email I've gotten from them, other than we've received your order or your order has shipped. You got a new keyboard? Typing like a child? Which keyboard did you get? Oh, here it is. Let's see. Throughout the beta program, yada yada. Customer feedback helped drive some of our most important changes. Say they're expanding to other countries. Preventative maintenance. Yeah, they fixed a network logic bug that intermittently caused some packet processing services to hang. Gateway availability. Let's see, they're seeing surges in activity, especially during peak hours. But they got stuff in place to kind of mitigate that. Also, dynamic frame allocation. Yay. All right, well, connecting to the best satellite was the second one. So you can actually, it'll switch to the other satellite if you have more than one available. You can kind of load balance between them. Wait, what I miss? Oh, you got a moonlander. Talk about coughs loudly in the back row. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, what do we got? All right. Let's get off that, out of there. Keypad. I don't even know. We're not even going to use keypad anymore. Like buttons and border, like all this stuff is just gone now. Like panel corner. No, this thing needs to go away. What is this? Oh wow. Everybody sent me a text. All right. So where is this thing? Where is panel corner? Is that in scenes? Canvas? No. We got key, but where's panel corner? Is it in assets? Probably. Oh, here we go. Because we're not using these anymore. We can actually get rid of that. That can. No, 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 no. Not that. Okay, let's get rid of these. Delete. Panel background. Hmm. All right. So we've got that. This, don't know about that yet. Border box layout. So those are good. Game is fine. Key and intercom and keypad. Map. Those can all go away. Okay, delete those. Yeah, game is going to be empty now, but that's all right. I just close those, don't save. Close, don't save. All right. Open up game again. Open anyways. Unexpected. End of file game.tsn. Okay, let's fix the dependencies. Just remove it. What? Okay, let's just delete that. Yeah. Bye-bye. Welcome can go away also. Delete you. Remove. Delete button. We're just going delete happy. All right. See, I don't even think we use canvas anymore. That goes away. Remove that canvas shader. Boom, boom, boom. All this stuff gone. Getting ready to actually start working on the game. Screen material. Bye-bye. Thank you. All right. Let's create a folder. New folder. Welcome. Do we want to call it welcome or just game? Whatever. Game. All right. Let's see. A new scene. Create a new scene. It's 3D. Choose the kind of scene. 3D. Call this, I don't know, game. It's going to have different states, but we'll see. Now, game is just spatial. And here we will want to attach layout to that. Also screen, because this is going to be kind of dependent on the screen. Now let's add a border box to this. This is going to be our main screen border box. Doesn't have anything right now. Border, let's set each one of these to like a 0.2. It's 0.2 meters. Okay. Save that and scenes game, fine. All right, our little buddy. Close it, open game. Where'd you go? Border box, radius. Did you crash? Oh, it should have a camera. Yes, we don't have a camera. I'm just gonna copy and paste that one, if it'll have it. Oh, no. I got this one set up just the way I want it. Okay, we're gonna split this up. We're gonna have game, we're gonna have like the main UI. Let's extract this. Let's leave it where it is for now. Just add a camera. This camera, we're gonna keep the height, that's fine. The width will change depending on the size of the phone or the whatever. Project and projection orthographic. Current, yes, you're the current projection. Okay, let's say that your size is 10. Near and far, that's fine. All right, close that, open game again. Why is this so grumpy? Okay, nothing there. Definitely nothing there. Oh, there we go. It's on this side. Okay. And if we play this scene, we see nothing. All right. So yeah, we definitely don't see it there. And if we use preview, we don't see it. So that's because, let's see, where is, see, front view, we see this. But where's our camera? Camera, where are you? Focus on selection. Oh, it's itty bitty little thing over here. Look at that, it's so cute. Wow, tiny little camera. I thought that would make it bigger. Itty bitty little thing. All right. Now, do we see it now? At least a portion of it? No. Which direction is it capturing from? All right, let's split the view. Oh, there we go. It was just too close to it. Okay. Now we want to center the camera on the UI somehow. So if we go back to the front view, how do we do this such that, because we can grab this and we just say, hey, you're way over here. You're in the middle, right? And then if we play this, we're not going to see it. There we go. There's the width and height. Play the scene. We should see the top and the bottom. Ah, but we see the right bar. Okay, if we go over left a little bit, a little bit further. Oh, now we see the left bar. Okay, give that a run. Now we see the left bar there. And if we stretch it, okay, it's still a little off. I don't quite understand how to adjust this. Like what are you supposed to be looking for? I mean, we're getting close, but this feels like magical number territory. Like what is this value and why is it what it is? Because our camera's at what? Yeah, X 4 point. Let's just set it to 5 and -5. Oh, is this because the camera size is 10? Ah, maybe a little less magical. Ooh, want to hear a joke about a piece of paper? Never mind. It's terrible. Yes. All right, so we've got that there. Now, let's add a little bit of margin, a little bit around the edge of the screen. Okay, like that. We should have a little gap. Great. Okay, now let's give it some radius. How about like a 0.2? Just a nice little curve. Okay, that could be the outside of the UI. Or do we want to go with like bigger, fluffier curves? Like a 0.4 something? I mean, show off the curves a little bit, you know? Now, one thing that I've been planning on is we can actually stack stuff in here. Okay, so if we had something like this and like this, say we want the border top to be larger, right, like this. And then we can put text on it. So here in screen, add text. I change the color of the text. So yeah, like some other color, like a nice blue or something. I select your text, color, control. Now I feel I want that inside of a list. You know what? I want to center. I want to have something I can center these. Because in this case, we're going to bring this a little forward, that list item. Oh no, not the list. The text item. Text item here comes a little forward. We'll have control, bring that down a little bit over here. Increase the font size to like 1. Let's say that's 1 as well. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? There. Bring it forward again. Ooh, that looks fancy. Okay, the sizing is still wrong. Because when we change the size of this, that left border should stay the same. So what's going on with our camera? H offset, horizontal offset, X offset of the camera viewport. Is this 5? Is that what that should be? Okay. So if we put this back to 0 here and run it again, okay, still stretching from the wrong spot. Hmm, why? Well, let's look at the front view. It's interesting that this is showing up in a different place in the UI here. See how that's off? It's because it's in the front. Our camera should be orthographic. Doppler tracking. It's text here. It's not that far in the front. It's like, say, yeah, 0.001. I thought why is that moved? Oh, because it's inside of screen and it gets its left. Okay, that's fine. But why here? Let's close that and open it again. Game, text. Yeah, the translation's set back to 0, which is what's happening when we start the game. Cool. All right. Well, this is looking pretty good. We should probably not adjust the z-indexes on this. I need Sorasat. I need to start tracking these things. Control. Add a bug tracker. Control. Create new tracker. Tickets. Should not adjust Z value when positioning. And when does that happen? This happens um, when fixing Z tearing by changing the offset. Something. System. All right, that's good enough. Okay. Oh, a tracker. I thought I went to tickets. Oh, I went to add okay, there. Um, that was silly. Okay, boom, there's one. Now, I think we also want some other sort of controls for centering and stuff like that. I don't know what values or what sort of constraints they should have on them. Let's see, let's create a new ticket. Let's see, we also want, add texture support for border box. Want pretty things. Add texture support so that we can have shaders. Submit also for text. All right. So we got a couple of those set up. What else? Control settings, access. I know this should probably be private. Whatever. It's not like it matters that much. Not for that project. All right. Well, I gotta get running, guys. We had a great set of progress today. All right. We just gutted a whole bunch of useless things and started on the game. Well, a little bit more of the UI for the game. Let's be honest with ourselves. What are we pushing? We didn't commit anything. Uh, old UI framework. There. That's done. All right. Who are we gonna raid today? Who? Who shall we raid? Hey, look, we got Robo Project. Schmelly, Schmelly Orc. We got some Godot stuff here. It's interesting that I ended up under the Godot side of things and not in both. Hmm. All right, gonna go this way. We're gonna go with Robot Project. All right, where'd my list go? Oh yes. So on our way out, what do you call a pig that knows karate? A pork chop. Oh, yeah. What has four wheels and flies? Oh, you can get this one. Four wheels and flies. What has four wheels and flies? A garbage truck. All right. Until next time, y'all. Bye bye. I'm waiting for me to hear that.